Fireworks Show number 2 tonight following the ball game between the Phillies and the Milwaukee Brewers. Let's hope it's as good as last night's. They were fantastic here at Citizens Bank Park. A wrap-up of the homestand here in South Philadelphia. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Matt Stairs. We get set for the final game of this series, and for the Phillies, a return to the mound for Chad Billingsley. And, man, the Phillies are hoping that is a boost to their starting staff.
Well, and I imagine Billingsley's pretty excited. He wants to get back out there knowing that he's healthy. He's had a tough 2 years, coming back off a couple of rehabs. But, when he first came and joined the Phillies, he was a little anxious. He was missing a lot of pitches. You can see the numbers. His first start, second start, and his third start. His third start was very good. 6 innings, 7 hits. I found that he was more relaxed on the mound. The ball was coming with his hand freely. He wasn't trying so hard. And it seemed like earlier in the first 2 games, he was just trying to overthrow. Here, he was letting the stuff just work. And he has a very good 2-seam fastball. His curveball has been very good to right-handers and left-handers this year. But he's a guy that he wants to get back up there. He wants to impress people. But building off this start right here, just go out there and let it happen and don't try to force what you have to do.
And you look at some of his rehab starts, they've been up and down, but he is ready to go and should have his full boat of pitches for tonight's ballgame. He's going to need him, too, because the Milwaukee Brewers, not one of the best teams in the National League, but at least for this 4-game series, they have been a hitting machine.
Well, these guys are just hitting everything. It doesn't matter if it's a fastball inside or away. What I'm very impressed with, these guys are hitting the ball everywhere. It doesn't matter who it is. Ramirez right here, getting fastballs inside, hitting the ball to left field. But they have very comfortable at-bats. They haven't moved their feet a whole lot, the pitcher-wise, moving the hitter's feet-wise. But when you're getting fastballs down the middle, they're not making mistakes. All these guys are very good hitters. They hit for power. They hit a lot of doubles. And it's good to Jeanette. He's been swinging the bat very well. Very impressive here last night versus Elvis Arrojo, hitting the ball down the right field line. But when there's no fear in hitters, knowing that fastballs aren't going to be coming inside, they're not going to be getting knocked off the home plate, that's the biggest thing right now. And you can see the offense of this series. 3 games, 43 hits, 10 doubles.
Man.
Unbelievable. And this is a Brewers team that was coming in to this series struggling offensively. I don't think so. I don't believe it.
.392 on-base percentage. The Phillies hope they can slow them down tonight here at Citizens Bank Park. It's the finale of the 4-game series. Matt Garza makes the start for the Brewers. His 16th of the year. Chad Billingsley, of course, making the start for the Phils. An 0-2 record, a 6.75 ERA. Well, the Fanatic was really in line last night and throughout this series. He was also fooled around with by the Milwaukee Brewers. Let's see if he can get an answer tonight to his antics. Nice hat, Matt. We'll be back with lineups and first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. By Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank. One deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phillies. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Back here at Citizens Bank Park, ready to go. Chad Billingsley to make his return to the big leagues, and he'll get set to face Gerardo Parra of the Milwaukee Brewers. Brewers have won the first 3 games of this series. They've won 4 straight. Yeah, the first pitch of the night to Gerardo Parra is hit foul, and it's 0-1. Parra is 5 for 11 in the series so far. You see Billingsley's numbers in the big leagues. A brief 3 outings. 0-2, a 6.75 ERA. 23 hits and 16 innings of work, although his last outing before he went on the DL was his best outing. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And you can see the scouting report. 4-pitch pitcher, average velocity 91 miles an hour. Righties are hitting 222. We need to figure out the lefties are hitting 455.
Seems like we say that about a lot of the Phillies right-handed pitchers.
Well, and with Chad, he's given up 3 home runs. They've all been that little happy spot down and into left-handers, so we need to get the ball up and elevated a little bit versus left-handers.
2-1 pitches pop foul off the third base side, out of play, and it's 2-2. Michael Franco gives it a look. Parra 325 in his last 61 games. So he got off to a slow start, but certainly picked it up. He has 5 hits in this series. Lucroy has 5 hits. Braun has 8. Ramos Ramirez has 5 hits. Scooter Gennett has 5 hits. I mean, it's been a fruitful offensive series for the Milwaukee Brewers.
That one fell off.
3-2 pitch. That one's hit foul again, nearly the same spot. Parra has batted leadoff 3 times in this series. 43 hits for the Milwaukee Brewers in this series so far. Double digits all 3 games. And there's ball 4. So a leadoff walk. Now we'll take a look at the rest of the Brewers lineup, brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Lucroy, then Braun, followed by the cleanup hitter Adam Lind. Carlos Gomez in center field bats 5th, the Ramos Ramirez 6th, and the bottom third of Segura, Gennett, and Garza. So here is Lucroy, 5 for 9, did not play in last night's ball game. And the pitch is inside, 1-0. Billingsley went 3 innings in his first rehab outing, 2 2/3 in his second one. That was his roughest one. He allowed 5 earned runs and 7 hits. And his last time out, he received a no decision. He went 5 innings, allowed 5 hits and 1 run. But the Iron Pigs lost 11-5. Louisville was busy after the 5th inning. There's a strike, and it's 1-1.
Actually, Chad said the second game, his second rehab stint, was probably the best stuff he's had. I think it was his worst numbers.
Yeah, I think Scranton agreed with him.
But I think a lot of it has to do with how the ball's coming out of his hand. You can work on location. It's just how, the curveball, if it's going well, the location of the fastball, if it's popping under the hand. And that's why I thought his last start, before he got hurt on May 15th, he was very good against Arizona.
There's a good breaking ball, and it's 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, just underway here at Citizens Bank Park. A half hour earlier than usual as the Phillies prepare to leave town afterward to go to Atlanta. That one's fouled off to the right. Ryan Braun waits on deck. Talking to some of the Brewers people, they really think they can make a run at 500 before the end of the year. They're 16 games under 500. But I don't know what we've seen. Their bullpen's good. Their offense has been good. I don't know if their starters will have enough, but that's a tough division the way the Cardinals are playing. That one is lined back through the middle. A base hit for Lucroy, his 6th hit of this series. And now one of the other issues is the Brewers have jumped ahead.
Well, time for the these on keys to the game, and key one for me is Cody Ashley, more aggressive swing. Looks like he's trying to make contact. I'd like to see him go up, try to drive the ball out of the ballpark in right center. And second key is lay some bunts down. Garcia is not a very good defender or fielder, so I'd like to see these guys use their speed and Garza make him move around on the mound. Did I say Garcia? I apologize. Garza.
His friends call him Garza.
Yeah.
And family. Ryan Braun, 274, 15 home runs, 52 runs batted in. He is 10th in the league in runs scored, but in this case, the .400 batting average with runners in scoring position is huge. Here comes Parr heading home. The throw to the plate by Ashe won't get there in time, and it's 1-0 Milwaukee. Well, that is the 9th hit in this series for Ryan Braun, 53rd RBI. And the Brewers, as they have done for most of this series, have struck first.
Very aggressive first pitch swinging. Ryan Braun hits the ball to left field, and they're challenging the arms of the outfielder so far this series.
Yeah, Ed Cedar didn't even blink at third base. That ball looked like it slipped out of Cody's hand when it came to the plate, because his throws have been better. The limited throws have been better than that. Well, now Adam Lind, and he's a tough hitter. 10-game hitting streak for Lind, 3 for 8 in this series. And he takes a cutter inside, 1 ball, no strikes. .294 with 12 home runs. Only the second time that he's faced Billingsley. Basically, we've seen fastballs and cutters from Billingsley so far in this inning. Well, just like Ryan Braun, it's been a successful year with runners in scoring position for Adam Lind. Braun upped his average. It was at .400. And Lind waxed that foul. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Time to take a look at our T-Mobile game changer. And the highest batting average in the last 10 days, Lind and Braun. Gregor Blanco for San Francisco is up there. Wilin Rosario is a liability defensively, but he certainly can hit. That one's back toward the middle. It's going to sneak into center field, a base hit. Lucroy around third, shuffling home. The throw to the plate, not in time. 2-0. Brewers on top. Well, this might be the understatement of the year, but this is not going particularly well in the top of the first for Chad Billingsley. He's gotten 2 strikes against 3 of the 4 hitters, but unable to put them away.
And this is not that bad of a pitch. It's a curveball down a little bit, but I guess when you guys are swinging the bat well, you find those type of holes right there. All comes back to the hitters are feeling comfortable.
Over to shortstop. This might be 2. They got to hurry to get Gomez. There's 1. Good release, and Ryan Howard can't hang on. They get the middle runner. 6-4 on the putout. And a fielder's choice for Gomez.
This pitch here has Gomez out in front. Galvis gets a strong feed. Hernandez almost looks like a little cut fastball to first base. The thing was just tailing away and way away from Ryan.
Well, that same ground ball here would be very helpful. They'll have a little more time to make the throw over to first with the Ramos Ramirez. Now, he's been a tough customer also in this series, and he's hit very well against Billingsley during his career. 8 for 24 against Billingsley. cutter. It's 0-1. Five for 9 with 7 runs batted in during this series. Fly ball center field, probably deep enough to score Braun. Odubel's under it. Gomez tags from third. Braun from first. Braun tags from third. It'll be a sac fly. It's 3-0 Milwaukee. So an RBI for Ramirez, his 36th, his 8th in this series. 8 RBIs in this series. He didn't even start one game and was taken out of another one.
The first game when he came in for a pinch hit, first pitch.
Bam.
RBI 2-run double.
Here's Gene Segura. Segura hitting .249, and he swings at the first pitch. Odubel Herrera in the alley in right center field, circling it, makes the catch. Side is retired. 3-run score on 3 base hits. The Brewers leave one. Will leave for the bottom of the first. Lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Leading it off is Odubel Herrera, then Cesar Hernandez. Maikel Franco, the third baseman, bats third. Ryan Howard cleanup. Dominic Brown hits fifth. Cody Ashley sixth. And the bottom third of Galvis, Rupp. And of course, Chad Billingsley. They'll face Matt Garza. Garza in his 16th start of the year. He's 4-10. But as we saw from Kyle Loesch last night, that really doesn't matter. One good start can turn it all around, but a 5.52 ERA, and the opponent's hitting just under 300 against him.
Yeah, and the scouting report with Matt Garza is that he's 91 to 94 mile-an-hour fastball. Right now, last year, the league was hitting 123 versus his slider. This year, the league is hitting 253, and I honestly believe that's the reason why his ERA is where it's at 5.53, because when his slider is on and when his changeup's on, he's very hard to hit.
We could just assume that the slider is just cement mixing.
Yeah, just spinning. Not very good numbers against him in my career.
No?
No.
What was the concern? What was the problem?
He was just better than I was.
No. That does happen. It happens. Odubel Herrera leads it off. He's 5 for 13 on this homestand. 2 for 4 in last night's game, so getting the start for the second straight night. And he takes a fastball. It's 0-1. Odubel's overall average 256, couple home runs, 19 runs batted in. Tried to check his swing. Did he go? Yes, says the third base umpire. Off the end of the bat, caught by Garza. And there's one away. 1-3 on the putout. During the 2015 season, Turkey held the official ice cream of the Phillies. Will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory. 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream. Sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. I don't know how Odubel hit that ball. I don't know how the ball hit the ground, but it was an out. Here's Cesar Hernandez, 4 for 13 in the series. Shows bunt, bunts it toward third. That's going to be a tough play. No chance. That's the second bunt single of this homestand for Cesar Hernandez. And that'll bring Maikel Franco to the plate. And Maikel today, Murph, was awarded for what was a fantastic month of June.
You know, it certainly was, Tom. And, you know, it's a bright spot for the Phils when you stop and think about the way the season's been going so far. But watching this guy play day in and day out, it's been great. He's named the NL Rookie of the Month today. He's the first player for the Phillies to be named that since Ryan Howard was named in 2005. And look at the numbers. They compare pretty good. In 27 games, 352, 8 doubles, 8 home runs for Franco. Back in 2005, in 28 games, how about 11 home runs, 27 RBIs for Ryan Howard. We remember went on to win Rookie of the Year and then an MVP award and, of course, a World Series as well. So the first person to do it since then is Maikel Franco, and it was well-deserved. He had one heck of a month of June, guys.
He sure did. He pops out to the catcher, Lucroy, for the second out here. And here comes Ryan Howard. Boy, those numbers by Howard, you forget.
Yeah.
It was an incredible month for him. He had 2 triples that month.
I was just going to say, the big man was running. 2 triples.
So far this series, Howard is 1 for 9 with a couple of walks. 13 home runs, 36 runs batted in. That ball's hit well out towards center field. Gomez on the run out toward the track. It's going to stay in the park. And he makes the catch about 5 steps in front of the 398 sign. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. That is a 6-pitch first inning for Garza. Now resorts and spas will be taking place on Saturday, July 18th as part of a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins. Come out early. Access to the field begins at 5:05. Take photos of your favorite Phillies from 5:40 to 6:10. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. Scooter Gennett leads it off. Gennett 5 for 11 in the series. And he hits that one foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. By the way, the 3 runs that were scored by the Brewers in the first, that's now 60 first inning runs that the Phillies pitchers have allowed. That's a lot of runs.
That is a lot of chase.
According to Baseball Reference, the earned run average for the Phillies pitchers coming into this game in the first inning was 6.41. I should say that's 60 earned runs. Overall, it's 63 runs. So 60 earned runs and 63 runs overall. Three balls, 1 strike to Scooter Gennett. And outside, ball 4. So just like the first, the Brewers get a leadoff walk here in the second. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Cubs beat the Mets 6-1. Jake Arrieta gets the win, 7 strikeouts over 8 innings. Jacob deGrom gets the loss, and he beat up everything in the dugout as he left the field today. Meanwhile, the Marlins defeated the Giants 5-4. Jose Fernandez, Matty struck out 6 in 6 innings as Garza bunts that one up the first base line. And the sacrifice is successful. But he also hit a home run.
An absolute bomb.
Been working on his hitting while he's been out with the Tommy John surgery.
Well, they said that his hitting was better than his rehab assignment, pitching-wise. I mean, he hit this ball today. It was absolutely crushed. Stood there for a second. And he kind of ran around with the, they call it the dead chicken wing. The left arm doesn't move, but the right arm swings.
Heck of a celebration in the dugout, too, afterward.
Yeah.
Here's Gerardo Parra. Parra walked and scored in the first, and he rips that one off the glove of Howard down the right field line. That'll be another run. Gennett will score easily, and Parra is on his way to second. And he'll get there with an RBI double. That is the 19th double of the year for Parra. So it's 4-0.
Fastball inner half. Turns on, and Ryan just off the edge of his glove. Thought for a second, as soon as he hit that, thought he was going to have a chance to catch it.
Well, now Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy singled and scored his first time up. 6 for 10 now in this series. Curveball ripped through the hole on the left side. Gerardo Parra is going to stop at third. 1 out, runners on first and third.
I mean, seriously, though, hitting's not this easy.
They're sure making it look easy.
I understand that, yeah, the pitchers are hanging curveballs or making mistakes. But in fact, that they're finding the hole 48 times on base hits so far in 4 games. Remarkable.
Remarkable. And we're only in the second inning. They have 5 hits. Ryan Braun singled home run his first time up. He whacks it foul, out of play. It's 0-1. over to shortstop. That should be 2. There's 1. You got to hurry. Braun still runs well, and they get him. Side is retired, so only 1 run scores for the Brewers here in the top of the 2nd inning. 1 run on 2 hits. They leave 1. We'll go to the bottom of the 2nd. Phil's down 4-0. And Billy broadcast live from Deauville Inn and Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Start your day with breakfast on Broad, 6 until 8 on the Comcast Network. Chickies and Pete's busy as usual. Line them up, get some crab fries, send them on up here.
Please.
We'll take them. Topping out Ashburn Alley, not only the ball game, but also fireworks after the game. And a little bit of a rain shower begins, and the race for the ponchos is also underway. Dominic Brown will lead it off. Brown takes outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Looks like the young man behind home plate in the yellow shirt is having a little difficulty while his buddies have already put theirs on. Down low, 2-0. That one shot through the hole on the left side. A base hit for Dominic Brown. 2nd hit of the day for the Phils. That ends an 0 for 7 for Dominic. And a leadoff single will bring Cody Ashley to the plate. Cody's 3 for 11 on this homestand. And Matt, you talked about aggressive swings for Cody. We have a little more time for your keys to the game. Explain that a little bit, what you'd like to see him do a little bit more.
Well, at times I feel like he's thinking so much on his mechanics of the swing that he's just kind of trying to make contact. Aggressive swing is when you get in a 2-0 count or a 3-1 count, maybe step towards home plate just a little bit and think about hitting the ball as far as you can right center. That means your barrel stays to the zone. And I don't mean try to hit a home run. I still think he's capable of hitting 20 home runs in a season.
Yeah, I know you've always felt that way.
He has a very good swing. He has a very good setup. But I just don't think he realizes how strong he is and how quick his bat is to where he can go ahead and cheat sometimes. If you hit it a mile foul, who cares?
Out of play, 1 ball and 2 strikes as he fouls that one back. He is 0 for 3 lifetime against Matt Garza.
I would like to see Cody Ashley use his top hand a little bit more. A lot of times when left-handed hitters, they use that right hand as a pull to the zone, and they forget to throw that top hand at times.
Well, there you go. That one's hit well. Deep to right center field. Braun going back. It is gone! Right on cue! Two-run home run for Cody Ashe. It's been a while since his last RBI, and he makes this a two-run game. It's 4-2 Milwaukee. And congratulations to David Stone from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. He's our winner at a McDonald's home run jackpot. He's won $200.
Well, and I like it. I mean, he uses the top hand, goes through that zone, and that's what drives him to throw that barrel to the ball. That worked out pretty good. We should talk about all the hitters like that.
What do you got on Freddie Galvis?
Bunt. Which is a good thing.
Oh, he tries to bunt.
Really dirty, watch out.
Outside corner. Freddie overall is hitting .260, 2 home runs, 17 runs batted in. He's had a base hit in his last 3 games. Bit low, and it's 2-1. Freddie is 4 for 11 in the series against Milwaukee. And he pops it up. Aramis Ramirez into foul territory. Looks like he has room, and he does. And that's the first out here in the bottom of the second. Going for a little cover. You better look behind your back and make sure Murph's not there. Oh, here comes a little kid. He's going to be Murph. Cameron Rupp 0 for his last 14, trying to end that right here. At a fastball, it's 0-1. .232, 1 home run, 6 RBIs. And into the dirt, 1-1.
Cameron needs to get back to hitting the ball and thinking of hitting the ball up the middle. I mentioned a couple of days ago, it was the last time he played. Since the home run in New York, he's been over swinging. He's not a home run guy. He's going to run into a few.
Yeah, he's a strong guy.
He's a strong guy. But he should realize that he's so strong and he has such a good swing for right center gap that where his power could be. Hitting a home run to left field or right field is a reaction. It's a fastball inside. You react. The barrel gets to the zone. You catch it out in front. He tries to generate the power by using his body a lot, and that's why he takes some awkward swings. Hit the ball to right center.
He fights that one off toward second base. Scooter Gennett makes the play, and there are 2 outs. You can fill out your 2015 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot now at Phillies.com. Voting is exclusively online and available on your computer, tablet, and smartphone. Vote up to 35 times at Phillies.com. Voting is coming to a close. Here's Chad Billingsley. Billingsley hitting .200. He does have a home run. And he takes high. Over to shortstop Segura. So the Phillies settle for the 2 on the 2-run home run by Cody Ashe, but they're within striking distance thanks to that blast. It's his 2nd home run since the 22nd of April. Man, did he get a good swing at this one. He got it out front, as Matt likes to say. It's 4-2 Brewers as we go to the 3rd. your answer on the subject line. All right, Matt, here we go. What Conestoga High School pitcher won Game 3 for the Brewers in the 2008 NLDS against the Phillies? Answer will be revealed a little later on. Adam Lind will lead it off.
Say Game 3?
Yeah. I can give you a hint, but I'll wait. Lind takes a strike. It's 0-1. Little passing shower. Fireworks are covered, though, everybody. They're covered up nice. Inside. Adam Lind, his last time up, singled up the middle. That one's out towards second. Cesar Hernandez gobbles it up. There's one away. So for the first time tonight, the leadoff batter is retired. Phillies fans, did you know the StubHub app is personalized just for you? Get the StubHub app today. Start at StubHub and let the fun find you. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Phillies.com. Here's Carlos Gomez. Oh, jeez. He slipped and fell as that ball is off his knuckles. 2 outs. As hard as he swings and as wet as the ground is right now, he had no chance. He going.
More of the location of the fastball, trying to fight it off you. That's what happens when you take a wild swing, but good concentration, seeing where the ball went.
What's that old saying that people throw out there when something like that happens? That's a grown man that just hit that ball.
Wind's blowing straight down. Look at the flagpole, straight down she's blowing.
Ramos Ramirez, a sac fly, his first time up. 1 ball, 1 strike to him.
I will say this about Carlos Gomez. He hit one of the farthest home runs I've ever seen in batting practice today.
That one's behind home plate. Rupp. Oh. And it's 1-2. All right, where'd it go?
Just below Harry the K's second deck. And it was, I mean, unbelievable. Landed right here. Cleared everything, cleared the second deck, almost in that garbage can.
Now that would have been something if he got the garbage. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know if we've seen, even during batting practice, I don't remember seeing him that far. You know who used to hit them that far, honestly, is Delman Young.
Oh,
when he was here.
He had some good power.
Yeah.
That's a poke up there.
Yes, it is. Upstairs, 3 balls, 2 strikes to Aramis Ramirez. Ramirez sac fly went to center field. 36 RBIs now and 8 in the series. Phillies, it looked like he slipped as he threw that one, and Ramirez has a single up the middle. 2-out base hit. Oh, that's a diehard right there, Matt. Did you see that?
I missed him.
Look at
Yes, he is.
I mean, the cheesehead is one thing, but you're going to paint your face for a 32-48 team. Whew. It's a diehard.
Diehard.
By the way, though, great logo. The old-time Milwaukee Brewers logo. Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. Outside corner, 1-1. And Segura bunts toward the on-deck circle. Tonight's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. That one's going to float out to right field, a base hit. Ramirez will stop at second. So 2 singles with 2 outs, and Scooter Gennett will be the batter. All right, I know it's only the 3rd inning, but I think you got to be a little careful with Scooter Gennett here. You got 2 runs back.
You would have to. I mean, he's been swinging the bat well, coming in 5 for 11 in this game. Walked his first at bat. Hey, be careful. Maybe he'll get an easy out. Maybe he'll try to expand the strike zone.
Scooter Gennett's hitting .300 since his return from the minor leagues. They sent him down, and he was hitting under .200. But since his return, his average at .300 exactly. Off the end of the bat, foul. They're up to 50 hits now in this series. Base hit it to right field, and Ramos Ramirez is going to wind up scoring. Dominic Brown is up with it. His throw goes toward second base. RBI single for Gennett, his 6th hit in 12 at bats, and it's now 5-2 Milwaukee. Yeah, I know it's only the 3rd inning. I just think that you had to be a little more careful than that.
I
pitcher
agree.
Coming up.
I agree 100%, Tom. I mean, you just got back into a 4-2 game, sorry. You walk him, so what? Make the pitcher beat you.
You kind of manage your way through these next couple innings and maybe grab a couple more runs.
You have to.
Garza sacrifice bunt his last time up, and he takes a big swing and a miss. He has struck out 117 times during his major league career. Ground ball to second base. Cesar Hernandez is up with it. Side is retired. A run does score thanks to 3 straight hits with 2 outs. He wore that makeup for a reason. He wanted to celebrate a little offense tonight. He's getting it. It's 5-2 Milwaukee over top of the Phillies. do. Call 1-800-JEFF now or visit jefferson.edu. And by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com today. Last of the third. On a rainy night, you're looking for some cover? Maybe go to the Majestic Clubhouse store and get something. Phillies dugout, they're down by 3, trying to get things rolling again offensively. They'll have the top of the order coming up in Odubel Herrera, Cesar Hernandez, and Maikel Franco against Matt Garza. So far, the Phillies with 3 hits, including the 2-run home run by Cody Ashe. The second. Garza, clock is off. He made the last out, so he can take as much time as he'd like.
I would take full advantage of that if I was a pitcher. I'd be like
clock?
4, 5, 6 minutes. I'd take my time getting out there.
Got a young umpire behind the plate. Odubel grounded back to the mound his first time up, so he's 0 for 1. Breaking ball. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Phillies are 8-27 in the last 35 games. Now that's obviously not what you'd like to be. But do you realize the Tigers are 13-20 during that same time? That they have the next worst record. The Detroit Tigers. Yeah. They're 1 game over 500, but they're 6 games back, even with those struggles.
The Tigers are a tough team to figure out. Some days they go out and they hit and they pitch well, then look like they've never done it before.
Down the left field line over the tarp. It's 1-2. Yeah, I was surprised by that. I thought maybe it would be the Brewers, although they've won 4 straight and 9 of 11. Thought maybe it would be the White Sox, 8 games under 500.
Marlins.
Yeah, the Marlins are now 12 games under 500. Odubel takes outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he fouls it back to the screen. Well, he does give some extended at-bats. Foul ball. Whoop. Don't need another baseball. Ground ball, fair. Down the right field line. Odubel heading to second base will get there easily. And Ryan Braun's throw cut off by Jeanette. It's a leadoff double here in the third. Seven runs, 12 hits combined between the two teams.
Well, this is the pitch that we talked about in the opener, the scouting report, about a slider just kind of spinning, not having that hard bite. Herrera does a nice job getting the barrel through the zone, getting it past Adam Lynn.
So he's in scoring position. Cesar Hernandez, who had a bunt single his first time up, now 17 for his last 38. Yeah, but that's better than a .430 batting average.
He might bunt again.
Well, that's part of what you talked about during your keys. I mean, Matt Garza is not, let's say he's a below average fielder when it comes to bunts, just because of the throws more than anything else.
Right. And I think it showed in the first inning when Herrera, the comebacker, he ran almost all the way over and flipped it underhand.
Breaking ball, and it's 2-0. Now, aside from the postseason game that Garza pitched here at Citizens Bank Park, his numbers in 3 starts are decent here in Philadelphia. 1-1 with a 1.89 earned run average. Outside, 3-0. When he pitched here for the Rays during the World Series, the crowd, and I think the cold temperatures, but the crowd mostly, it got into his head.
It was loud.
There's a strike. It's 3-1. And ball 4 puts 2 runners on, and Maikel Franco is coming to the plate. First walk issued by Garza. Lucroy will go out and chat with his right-hander. Maikel last night had 3 doubles in the ball game. First time that a Phillies rookie had 3 doubles in a game since Adolfo Phillips back in 1965. Adolfo came up at the age of 22, spent 2+ years with the Phils. His 3rd year, he was traded to the Cubs with a guy that you know pretty well, Matt. Traded to the Cubs with Fergie Jenkins. Bob Buell and Larry Jackson came back in that deal.
Well, what I liked about last night's doubles were they were all hit to right center. And they're still playing them to pull in the outfield.
Well, he pulls that one toward the Brewers dugout, but it's 1-1. There you see the alignment. Now, is that because they're pitching him that way, or is there?
Well, it could be. I mean, they're probably going to try to pound him inside with 2 seamers. I mean, everything he hit last night was right towards the bullpen. And this is right at the scoreboard.
Well, that one's out towards shortstop. That might be 2. There's 1 and 2. 6-4-3 double play. Over to third base goes Herrera.
Fastball inside, a little off the plate. But, I mean, if you watch this feed right here, chest high turn. Cesar Hernandez does a very nice job taking Scooter out of second base, but I think it's a very strong throw to Adam Wynn at first.
Let's see if Brian Howard can get this run home. Howard flied out to the track and center his first time up, takes a curveball.
I mean, this is what you love to see out of your players going in, trying to make up a double play.
Honestly, it was Segura's throw, how quickly he got rid of it at shortstop, that really hampered the Phils on that double play.
Yep. Strong throw right in the chest, right where you want to take the throw from the shortstop.
1 ball, 1 strike to Howard. And he fouls it off to the left into the upper deck. Foul ball to stay alive. Fortunately, Lucroy could not hold on.
even though the numbers don't show, Ryan was 1 for 10 versus the Brewers in the series. He's actually swung the bat pretty good.
Yeah, 1 for 10 against the Brewers, 0 for 14 for his career against Garza. Pulls that one into the shifts. Jeanette in shallow right field throws him out. Side is retired. Phillies leave one over third. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. 3 in the books. We'll head to the 4th inning. The Brewers on top, 5-2. Low prices on kitchen disposables, consumables, small wares, and so much more from your new restaurant partner, who but WB Mason. Chad Billingsley has given up 5 runs on 8 hits so far, so he's now set to begin the 4th. The Brewers have not swept anybody this year. I mean, that's kind of hard to believe at this point that they don't have any sweeps. Now, this is a 4-game series. They're on the verge, if they can win today, to sweep out the Phils in this 4-game set. But that tells you how much they have been struggling.
Yeah. Tells you how inconsistent they've been.
Well, that's true. There's a lot of that going around baseball.
A lot.
Craig Counsell's team has actually won 6 straight against the Phils. Here's Parra, who is 1 for 1 with an RBI and a run scored. First pitch is off the glove of Rupp. It's 1-0. Unfortunately, that fence stopped that ball because it was going in hot.
Yeah. Good reactions by that one fan, though.
It's served out to left. It'll stop in front of Cody Ashley for a base hit. That's 9 hits now for the Brewers. Well, these two teams have been somewhat Jekyll and Hyde as far as the wins and losses go. Last year, the Phillies swept a 4-game series in Milwaukee, but this was after the Brewers swept a 3-game series here in Philadelphia. Phillies swept 3 against the 3-game series here in Philadelphia in 2010. They swept the 3-game series in Milwaukee. 08, 2006, the Brewers swept 3 in Milwaukee. Here's Lucroy, is 2 for 2. Runner goes. Pitch is taken for a strike. Throw to second base. It is in time, and it wasn't even close.
And Parra had a very good jump.
Well, it's time now for our GMC Precision play of the game. What do you think it is, Matt?
I'm going to say something about this cannon right here. Perfect throw to second base on the money to Cesar Hernandez and get Parra for trying to steal second base. Can't get much better than that right there.
Luke Roy fouls that one. It's 0-2. That pitch, the first one that was thrown on the steal, that was a strike. It was right at the knees.
Cameron's throw was a strike too.
Zoop. Inside, and it's 1-2.
Thank you. All right, Tom, so see if you were paying attention. Where's the hitter looking now?
After that pitch?
Yes.
He's probably looking outside.
So what do?
Throw it back inside.
Thank you. And they are. Besides, I was testing. I knew you were listening.
That one is pulled foul down the left field line. I think if you looked up at the Fanavision board and looked at Lucroy's numbers after watching this series, if you hadn't seen them at all until right now, you looked up and you saw every inning of every game, you're thinking there's no way. 245 with a home run and 14 RBIs. Well, this series he's 7 for 11. Out toward right field. And Dominic Brown makes the catch. 2 outs. That'll bring Ryan Braun to the plate. Let's get an injury update from Greg Murphy. Murph.
All right, thanks very much, Tom. Well, we knew yesterday when we left the ballpark that the Phillies were going to have to make a roster move to get Chad Billingsley back on the 25-man roster coming off the 15-day disabled list. What we didn't know was that Aaron Harang was going to be the victim of that move. He ends up on the 15-day disabled list with that plantar fasciitis. He said it's something he's dealt with before. He doesn't think it'll keep him out too long, but what does it mean for the rotation going forward? Well, as the team heads to Atlanta, the rotation sets up like this. Adam Morgan will pitch the first game in Atlanta, followed by Kevin Correa, and then Cole Hamels will pitch on Sunday, and then Sean O'Sullivan will pitch that first game in L.A. on Monday. So that's the way it's going to set up right now. Losing Aaron Harang, obviously losing another starting pitcher, not good news for the Phillies. He doesn't think it'll be too long. Hopefully after that 15-day period he can be back, but right now he is on the shelf, guys.
Yeah, he mentioned it after the game last night, said it's been bothering him for a couple of games or a couple of starts. That's a painful injury if anybody's ever had it before. No balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Braun. Fly ball, shallow center field. Odubel Herrera makes the catch. Side is retired. No runs. 1 hit and nobody left. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning here at Philadelphia. The Phils down 5-2. McDonald's with a double cheeseburger and small fry for just $2.50. McDonald's, I'm loving it. And buy Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Well, that's the Comcast suite here at Citizens Bank Park. It looks like there's a lot going on. Maybe we should do a game from there. Margie is to the left. She always has total control of what's going on in the Comcast suite. Margie, if you could send up some cheesesteak spring rolls to us, we would be really appreciative.
Please.
Matt was nice enough to bring some sandwiches in today. Dominic Brown leads it off. He singled his first time up. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Dominic singled and scored. He scored on the home run by Ashe. Shallow center field. Gomez comes sprinting in. And one out here in the fourth. Sunday, July 19th, all fans 15 and older will receive the Pennsylvania Auto Theft Prevention Authority travel mug. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. You can take a glance at that travel mug and all the promotions that are scheduled for this season on Phillies.com. Here's Ashe, who rips one to right field. That'll drop in front of Ryan Braun. His home run went 389 feet. Looks like he's been pretty trusting in that swing. I mean, that's a curveball. And he was, as you mentioned before, being aggressive with that swing.
Well, and it is. And you know, I watch a lot of hitters, and I watch how the barrel goes through the zone. Keep an eye on his top hand. It's through, and all of a sudden, boom, it comes through. And that's what I enjoy watching right there. That means you're aggressive, getting through the zone. Because a lot of times the lefties will swing the bat, and they'll just guide it through the zone thinking that they can generate bat speed where everything you're going to hit's going to go to left field.
Galvis rips one into right field. So back-to-back singles. Ashe will stop at second. Freddie's now hitting 4 straight. That puts runners on first and second for Cameron Rupp.
You know, and Cameron Rupp's his first at bat, he got jammed and he fought a ball off to hit the second base. But what I like is his hand path. His hands are coming towards Matt Garza, the mound. He's not trying to pull that ball. You see how he's tucking his hands in? He's just trying to get that good path of his hands back towards the middle. Now, even though he got jammed, it doesn't matter because what it does now is that it's muscle memory. My hands are going through the zone, and now I'm getting the barrel through the proper way instead of getting out around and hooking everything.
Now, when you say getting around, it's sort of looping your swing, looping it as it goes to the path of the ball.
Right, which means you're casting, means your hands go away from your body, and you bring your hands in.
That one's back through the middle. A base hit for Billingsley. Rounding third, heading for home is Ashe. Now they put the stop sign up, and they nearly got Galvis. And the bases are loaded for Chad Billingsley. That was Rupp that had the single. Billingsley's coming up.
Well, and then watch his hands again. He tucks his hands inside his body. Now watch the barrel go down and through the zone. That's how you stay inside of the baseball. Instead of going out and trying to get your hands around it, as Cameron said, I'm going to do this right-handed. I'm not a very good right-handed hitter.
You look good. You look good.
But as he goes here, when you bring your hands out and swing, this is surrounding the ball when you hit a lot of ground balls to third base. Cameron all of a sudden brings his hands in this way. Now the barrel comes through the zone longer, and that causes you to get the ball back up the middle for a line drive.
Very good right-handed.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where's your tie, by the way? Well, here's Billingsley with the bases loaded. Outside, it's 1 ball and no strikes. That base hit, by the way, ends in 0 for 15 for Cameron Rupp. Ball, no strikes to Billingsley. There's a strike. It's 1-1. Well, 3 straight very good swings by the Phil's hitters. Now you just roll the dice and hope that Billingsley can do something here and not hit into a double play.
Yeah, we think we want a ball in the air.
Strike 3 call. And there are 2 outs. That'll bring Odubel Herrera to the plate. Well, the splits for Matt Garza. 19 balls, 36 strikes. Last time he gave up a double to Odubel Herrera. It might be tough to hit the double in that same spot here because Lind is now now he's backing up and off the line. But Odubel 16 doubles this year. That leads all major league rookies. That's a pretty distinctive number because he hasn't played a whole lot recently. In the dirt, 1-0.
You know, Adam Lind's guarding the line, but one, he's playing way too close. He needs to back up a little bit. I mean, I don't mind him playing there.
Oh, yeah.
Because it gives you a bigger hole by second base.
Yeah, Odubel's got a vast hole between Lind and you can't. It's a little deceptive there, but between Lind and Jeanette.
Yep. But
then also between Jeanette and the second base bag.
I'd like to see a ball hit right up here.
Yep.
Well, I'd like to see a ball hit up in here.
2 balls, no strikes. Well, he was trying to hit it right up there. And it's 2-1.
Fastballs, that's out of the zone. But I always say you take a good swing, it sets up the next pitch. That was just a swing there. He's a little anxious, thinking he's going to get a fastball. Instead of seeing where the location is, I just swing it where it's thrown.
That one's off the hands into left center field, a base hit. 2 runs will score. It's now a 5-4 ball game. A 2-run single for Odubel Herrera. He's 2 for 3.
Well, that swing right there has the same path from the left side. Watch his hand, stays inside the baseball, drives the barrel through the zone, hitting the ball to left center. Very nice job, nice piece of hitting, keeping the hands through there, hitting the ball outer half, getting the big 2-run knock.
Rick Credit's out to talk to Matt Garza. And El Torito has 2 hits in 3 at-bats.
El Torito? I thought it was El Toro.
Well, El Toro is a bull, and he is technically the baby bull. You could use either one.
Herrera.
Inside, it's 1-0.
$17 hits combined.
Good thing we started a half hour early. That is a foul ball just past the first base bag.
Curveball. I just hooked it just foul. Got to get in the front of this baseball.
Left side, Segura's going to have to hurry. I don't know if they'll get him. Nope, they won't. Well, what it is, he just seems faster. Second hit of the day, second infield hit for Cesar Hernandez. I mean, he's moving.
He is. I mean, he gets the little running start. Fastball away, chops it. That's his momentum going to first base. And he is motoring it down. Boys, hitters can smell hits.
Franco pops it up. Adam Lynn, the first baseman, in foul territory. And the side is retired. The Phillies, though, get a couple more back. They do so on a 2-run single by Odubel Herrera. Cesar Hernandez also picks up his second hit of the night. We'll go to the 5th inning in a 5-4 game. All right, Matt, what Conestoga High School pitcher won Game 3 for the Brewers in the 2008 NLDS against the Phillies?
Well, I know the answer, but what was the hint you were going to give me?
That you hit a home run against him.
To break up the no-hitter.
To break up a no-hitter. I wasn't going to say broke up a no-hitter. I was just going to say you hit a home run against him. Dave Bush is correct. Dave Bush went 5 1/3 in that game. Allowed 5 hits. Carl, how many walks did he give up there? 3? I can't read your handwriting. Oh, 0. I was like, man, that looks like an 8. Jamie Moyer pitched that day. Went 4 innings, 4 hits. Dave Bush was a catcher when he went to college. Turned into a pitcher.
Tiny little fella. There she goes. 1 for 2.
Better form there?
Yes, in front of it.
One ball, 2 strikes. Inside, 2-2. ball whacked over to first. Oh man, that ball ate up Ryan Howard. Hernandez has it and he can't get out of his glove. They had a chance to still throw him out. That hand got in the way for Howard. It's going to be an E3. That hand might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, top spin right here, and it picks up speed. And it gets him right off his hands. Oh, right off the thumb.
Scott Sheridan, the Phillies athletic trainer, out to take a look. Pete Buchanan on the second step of the dugout stairs. I think he may be leaving, yeah. No, maybe not. I thought he was walking off with Scott. Well, now Gomez with the runner at first base. Nobody out here in the fifth inning. I'm going to go out on a limb here, say that if he made contact that time, he wouldn't have popped it out to the second baseman or blooped it out to the second baseman.
I'll agree.
Way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now command isn't totally there yet for Billingsley. Velocity is there.
Velocity is there. But I mean, mainly he's been a fastball cutter guy today.
Yeah.
So maybe 3 or 4 changeups. And that was to right-handers. I haven't seen the slow curveball yet.
Off the glove of Cameron Rupp, and Lynn goes to second base. That'll be a wild pitch. It's the 16th thrown by Phillies pitching while Cameron's been behind the plate.
Slider. Scoreboard said cutter at 84, but
a lot of movement for a cutter.
A lot of movement. Cameron almost makes a very nice play on it.
Well, same
That's
pitch
a
again.
curveball.
Yeah,
that's a curveball.
It looks like it's more than a cutter, but that one was at 79, so it's listed as a curve up on the board. I marvel at Chris Cashman and Mike Ondo, who are the guys that have been behind the plate during our time here at Citizens Bank Park with that radar gun, how they're able to be so accurate with it. Up and in, and it's ball 4. Gomez draws a walk to put runners on first and second. As my grandmother used to tell me, what do you got, ants in your pants?
He sure brings a lot of energy to the game.
He does. Ramos Ramirez has a single today, and his sacrifice fly just a bit high. It's 1-0. Little tapper left side. Franco hurries, makes a nice play. Good decision with the glove. Throws out Ramirez. That's puts runners on second and third with 1 man down. Friday, July 31st, when the Phillies take on the the Atlanta Braves. It's the start of Alumni Weekend here at Citizens Bank Park, and it's Pat Burrell Wall of Fame induction night. Saturday, August 1st is Phillies Alumni Night. And how about this on Sunday the 2nd? You're going to have to go to Phillies.com and check it out, because we saw a picture of this today for the first time. It's the Phillies Wall of Fame Fathead. That's free to all fans. Tickets can be purchased for that series by going to Phillies.com. Fathead features Steve Carlton, Darren Dalton, Mike Schmidt, Pat Burrell, of course, and Dick Allen. Infield in here in the top of the 5th inning with runners on 2nd and 3rd. Segura is 1 for 2 inside. Off the end of the bat, another bloop into right. 1 run is in. Here comes Gomez. He almost ran over his third base coach. He'll score a 2-run single for Segura, and it's now a 7-4 ball game. Well, he had been 3 for 22 before this ball game, and he has 2 hits. That's 10 hits for the Brewers.
Cut fastball, slider off the plate. Like his last at bat, little fly to right field. Gomez, look at Gomez, just absolutely flying, coming around third base. Ooh, been a bad collision right there.
Ed Cedar would have gone down in a heap. Scooter Gennett takes wide, 1-0. Fly ball down the right field line. Dominic Brown didn't see it right away. Now he's got it. And 2 outs. The pitcher coming up. Matt Garza 0 for 1. Genmar Gomez loosening in the pen for the Phils. Quite possibly the last inning for Billingsley. Quite possibly the last batter. Balls and 2 strikes. Tried to lock him up there with an 0-2 curveball. There's Genmark. Got him with a breaking pitch. Garza will hustle up the first base line, but Rupp will take care of it. 2-run score, 1 earned, 1 unearned. Put out goes 2-3 on the strikeout. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Philly. Find out on the all-new 700 level show hosted by John Gonzalez tonight at 10:30 on the Comcast Network. 7-4, Brewers on top. Each time the Phillies creep closer, the Brewers extend their lead. Light rain has been falling. For the last several innings. Should just be a passing shower. It shouldn't be anything that lingers. Phillies will have Justin DeFreitas start to loosen up in the bullpen. As Garza made the last out, continues to ground ball right side, and it's gobbled up by Scooter Gennett, and Ryan Howard's retired. 1 pitch, 1 set aside. Well, prior to the ball game tonight, the new president of St. Joseph's University, Mark Reed, wearing the St. Joseph's baseball uniform throughout the ceremonial first pitch. And he was just started yesterday. So we welcome him to Philadelphia. Of course, the Fanatic imitating the Hawk, who continues to keep his wings going. Of course, St. Joseph's University, a great new sponsor of our notebook, which makes Murph happy because he is an alum of St. Joseph's University. Folks from St. Joseph's are in Suite 1 tonight, the Ashburn Suite, getting a chance to enjoy a ball game. 1 ball and 1 strike to Don Brown. Mark Reed is the 28th president of St. Joe's in the 164-year history of the school. Two balls, 1 strike to Dominic Brown. He's 1 for 2 with a run scored. Inside, 3-1. Out towards center field, Carlos Gomez creeping in. And there are 2 outs now in the 5th. And Cody Ashley is 2 for 2.
Second innings, first at bat. Yeah, nice home run. Throw the barrel with that top hand.
Followed it up with a line drive single his last time up. And a breaking ball. It's 1-0. Off the end of the bat, a roller back toward the middle. Jeanette is up with it. And it's scooped up by Lind. Well, a 6-pitch first inning for Matt Garza. That was pretty low. But he throws an 8-pitch 5th inning here to complement that in the bottom of the 5th. Justin DeFreitas is coming in. And we'll go to the 6th. Is opening eyes all around Major League Baseball. At third base, Mikel's glove has been sensational, and his arm is fired like a cannon when called upon. His bat has not disappointed anyone, swinging to an average in the high 300s during the month of June. Franco's power and production has been plentiful, connecting for 3 home runs and 10 RBIs in the first 2 games of the Yankees series alone. His offense and defense has been special and are brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Ron DeBases has made a return to Citizens Bank Park, this time as a member of the Milwaukee Brewers coaching staff. And man, did he take a wallop. And then Iggy took care of the rest. Ron DeBases is no more. The only thing left was his hat. Jeff Francoeur takes over as part of a double switch for the Phils. So he's in right field, and Justin DeFreitas is the new pitcher. Gerardo Parra leads it off, and the first pitch is outside. Well, I think the one thing you could take out of Billingsley's outing is that he's healthy.
Yep.
His velocity was good. And sometimes when you miss starts, command becomes an issue, and I think that was the big thing, is just command.
Yeah, I agree, Tom.
Fly ball down the left field line. Ashley has room and makes the catch in fair territory. .92 pitches, so as we mentioned, he was going to be stretched out. Jonathan Lucroy 2 for 3. Finally was retired on the fly ball to right his last time up. umpire started to flinch initially.
He probably thought it was going to break more than it did. It backed up, which is always a ball.
How about that? Lucroy asked for time. He wasn't granted it. He still got a piece of it. It's 1-2. What do you say to an umpire when he doesn't give you time? Hey, man, you don't like me or something?
Honestly, I don't think I've ever had it not granted. To tell you the truth.
That's respect right there, Matt Stairs.
No, the rules were back then. You know, you give the call time because you got something in your eye or something.
Inside, 2-2. Over to third. And Michael Franco plays it casually and comfortably. 2 outs. And here comes Ryan Braun, who also was quieted his last couple times up. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Back-to-back pretty good pitches right there. First pitch changeup. Braun thought it was going to be a fastball, swung over top of it. Last slider, good location, low and away. Getting on top of that slider. Another one.
Adam Lind is on deck. 1-2 pitch. Fastball down and away. 94. Just got away from him a little bit. Got him. Blew a 94-mile-an-hour fastball right on by him. 1-2-3 go the Brewers. Ladies and gentlemen, the first time tonight the Brewers have been retired in order. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Go further. By Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. And by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop Nissan.com. Fireworks are scheduled to go off after the ball game. Second straight Xfinity fireworks show. Last night's show was outstanding. Well, one of the classiest things that went on was the Philadelphia Orchestra playing before the fireworks went off. They were all out in Ashburn Alley. Folks are hoping to soak in the fireworks after a Phillies victory, but they're down by 3 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Freddie Galvis leads it off. Inside 1-0. Matt Garza, just like Kyle Lohse last night, came in with less than average numbers, and the Phillies have hit him around a little bit to the tune of 9 hits, but he still has a 3-run lead. And another base hit for Freddie Galvis. That's his second of the night.
That'll more than likely get some bullpen action going. Garza doesn't have that real snap curveball like he used to in that slider. It's almost like a roller. He's one of those guys you never ever thought about his fastball because his fastball was pretty straight. It was the other stuff you had to worry about. He had a very good changeup, very good curveball slider. Looks like now he's throwing that curveball just to get it over for a strike, and hopefully either one you freeze it or two you pop it up.
You look at his overall record, Matt, it's kind of surprising that he is 6 games under 500. 79-85. Ray's got some good years out of him. Pitched for the Cubs, pitched for the Rangers, of course the Brewers. Probably never reached the expectations that everybody had for him, win-loss wise.
Yeah.
That's not the be-all and end-all, obviously, when you're talking about success of pitchers. One ball, one strike to Cameron Rupp. Singled his last time up. Strike 3. I'm with Cameron. I don't know if that's been a strike all night, but it's a strike 3 there. Second strikeout for Matt Garza.
See, it's down and then I think definitely down. Below the knees. But you know, say if you hit the glove and you split the catcher's left and right knee, then call it a strike.
So now Frank Core, who came on as part of a double switch, hitting .263. Jeff with 5 homers and 23 runs batted in. He's got Galvis over at first. 0-2. You can go over to Jeff's house for a barbecue on Saturday?
We invited? No, but I'm playing this golf course.
I was going to say, you can just slide on over. 0-2 pitch. And a foul tip. Back-to-back strikeouts for Garza. Jeff is a very friendly guy. I bet you he would invite you over for a barbecue.
He probably would. I'm not going to ask him right now, though.
No, I would wait. Each and every month, the Phillies will honor an extraordinary scholar here at Citizens Bank Park. It's for 2014-15 sophomores and juniors with a minimum 3.0 average in school. 2 winners selected each month, honored on the field. Nominations are accepted on a rolling basis. Go to Phillies.com/scholar for more information. Ball and no strikes. Odubel's 2 for 3. 2-run singles last time up. When he fouls it, it's 1-1. You know, it's been a while since Odubel's played consistently. Well, he never got around to asking him if he's ever received a fine from Major League Baseball for the amount of time it takes him to get in and out of the batter's box. I do believe Lucroy is saying something to the home plate umpire about that last pitch. There's kind of an extended conversation between the catcher and the umpire. 2-1 pitch coming to Herrera. Trip Gibson is behind the plate. Mark Carlson's the crew chief. See if he challenges him here. He's got a 3-run lead, 3-1 with 2 outs. And he does, and a chopper right side. Jeanette has it in shallow right field, and that'll do it for the Phillies here in the 6th inning. A leadoff single wasted. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. We'll go to the 7th inning here in South Philly with the Brewers up 7-4. Time now for your Delaware Valley Honda Dealers game summary. The Brewers lead it again. It's 7-4 as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Cody Ashley's accounted for 2 of the 4 runs for the Phils with his 4th home run of the year. Matt Garza so far 6 innings of work. He's allowed 10 hits. 4th time this year he's allowed at least 10 hits in a game, but he has the lead. Here's Adam Lynn to start it off against Justin DeFreitas. Second inning of relief for DeFreitas. 12 pitches in his first inning. Had a good slider, pretty lively fastball. That's good, 94.
Yep, at the knees. Cheese at the knees. I'd like to see him throw some more change-ups. Threw a very good change-up to Braun.
Oh, there you go. Yep, fly ball to center. So after cheese at the knees, the changeup gets Lind out in front. Carlos Gomez is coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy with the Major League Notebook. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, it is presented by St. Joseph's University, and there has been some fallout from the scandal that kind of rocked the front office of the St. Louis Cardinals, that hacking scandal involving the Houston Astros. Chris Correa, the director of scouting, has been fired after admitting to being part of the people that have hacked into the system. They say that he's probably not the only one, and they're not commenting on whether they're going to be more firings, but right now they are saying Chris Correa has been excused of his duties. He's been part of the front office since 2009. And speaking of the Houston Astros, they got some bad news today as what they're calling their heart and soul. George Springer out with a broken wrist for at least 6 weeks. They say that he's not going to need surgery, but the young man is not going to be able to play. They'll check him in about 2 weeks and hope that it is healing properly, but no baseball activities for 6 weeks for George Springer. That's a huge loss for the Houston Astros. They're a half a game ahead in the AL West right now, but that half game will be difficult to keep without the guy like George Springer in the middle of their lineup, guys.
Well, he's been remarkable since he was brought up. I mean, he's as young as they go, and the fact that they call him his heart and soul says an awful lot about the impact he's had in a very short period of time. 2-1 to Gomez. Gomez lines it foul off the tarp, and I think for them, you know, they're going to be. They may go out and get somebody, but they're also going to be somewhat hesitant because they have so many young players coming up and getting ready to help them out. They don't want to bog themselves down with any long-term deals.
Yeah, they're going to need to go out and find that perfect player that kind of fits into his role, but it's not going to cost them in the long run. I think you're right about that, Tom.
2 outs, second strikeout for Justin DeFreitas.
Now, I heard you guys talking a little bit earlier about the notebook and St. Joseph's University. And, Dr. Mark Reed is in the house tonight. I know, Tom, you said he's the new president. St. Joe's just started this week. I think he's going to get something to drink as we speak. But I just went over to Suite 1 and said hello to all the folks from St. Joseph. So we welcome them here to Citizens Bank Park.
Did you steal any food while you were over there?
I didn't. I was in and out because I just was, I'm working, Tom. So I had to.
You were working last night when you were stealing food from kids.
Did you tear up when you walked in?
I did. It's always nice to be around the St. Joe folks.
There they are, getting a chance to enjoy the ball game tonight. Good buddy Joe Lenardi.
Where's your son going to university next year?
He's going to St. Joseph's University, actually.
That a guy.
Yeah.
Did he buy a notebook yet?
I would hope that he will eventually buy a notebook. I don't think I've seen him use one in the last couple of years, but.
You know, Tom, in your small part, you're contributing to the Major League Notebook, and we thank you for that. Not so small part, probably.
I'm going to say there is some truth to that, Murph. Hernan Perez is going to come on and pinch run for the Brewers. And Aramis Ramirez. Ramirez now 2 for 3 tonight. His night is done. Segura has 2 hits. Takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Swing and a miss, 1 ball, 1 strike. Tell you what, he's got a good fastball going. Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Braves lead the Nationals 1-0. Joel Simmons, an RBI single on that one. Matty Banuelos is pitching for the Braves. Braves picked him up from the Yankees during the offseason. outside, and now 3-1. Runner goes. Pitch is pulled left side. They got to hurry. Franco cuts it off, throws on the run, pulls Howard off the bag. He would have been safe anyway, and Perez goes over to third. That's good base running on Perez.
Well, there's that dreaded swinging bunt. I mean, Franco makes a nice play right there, but no chance. Like you said, Perez, nice heads up base running, getting to third base.
All right, so we echoed this earlier. You're down 7-4. You got to be careful with Scooter Gennett here. He had an RBI single in the third.
And one of the reasons why it's very good of the base running to get into third base is that now you got first and third situation. Ryan has to hold on the runner at first. Now you have the big hole between first and second for a left-hander.
Outside. Well, there's that hole on the right side. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3, which DeFreitas did in the 6th inning. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Matt's guy, Jonathan Broxton, warming up in the bullpen. Another foul ball.
Another good changeup.
If Gennett reaches, I don't think that guy bats.
No.
It's an important pitch. It's an important out. Trying to keep this at a 3-run deficit. Runner goes from first, and the ball fouled. Obviously, the Phillies were not throwing through.
No, but the way Cameron Rupp jumped out of there, it looked like he was going to try to do a pickup play at third base. Yeah, the key is right now is to keep your infielders still. Don't worry about opening up any holes in the infield. He wants to still go right ahead.
Swing and a miss. He got it with a high fastball. Third strikeout for Justin DeFreitas. And the side is retired here in the 7th. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. Time to stretch here in Philadelphia. couple of scoreless innings out of the bullpen for the Phils. They trail at 7-4. 2015's Food Service Breakout Player of the Year is W.B. Mason, providing amazingly low prices on kitchen disposables, consumables, smallwares, and so much more from your new restaurant partner. Who but W.B. Mason? Well, they're getting the fireworks ready here at Citizens Bank Park out along Citizens Bank Way. Inside the ballpark, a couple changes for the Brewers. Hernan Perez, who came on a pinch run for Ramos Ramirez, stays in the game to play third. And Jonathan Broxton will be the new pitcher. And he'll face Cesar Hernandez to begin the bottom of the seventh. First pitch is outside. It's 1-0. Broxton's numbers: he has pitched in one game in this series, 1-2, an ERA of 6.67. And it's now 2-0.
A little different velocity from yesterday. Topped out yesterday at 97. Today's topped out at 93 so far.
Yeah, I wonder if that's part of, age.
Yeah.
And throwing a lot of pitches during his career. He was a good closer for a long time.
Very good.
That one's looped out toward left field. Here comes Gerardo Parra. He's not going to get it. 3 hits tonight for Cesar Hernandez. His average has climbed up over 280. And Maikel Franco is due up. Last night, the Brewers bullpen 2 2/3, 1 run. It's the only run they've allowed in this series, and they've been utilized in this series.
Adam Lim was forgetting to hold on. Cesar Hernandez at first.
You don't want to give him a head start.
No.
Fastball, and it's 0-1. 92 on that fastball. Cesar is grounded out, and he's popped out twice. That should be Maikel. Once to the catcher, once to the first baseman. He's left some runners on base with those 2 outs, with 2 of those 3 outs. Swing and a miss, 0-2. I wonder how Carlos Gomez feels about that.
This is when you're over swinging a little bit. It's Captain Obvious right there.
I thought it was because of fluffy hair.
Well, it could be. Hit the ball back to right center, please.
Inside. Last night, Franco lost his helmet as he was going back to second. I think he needs an equipment adjustment or a strap. One ball, 2 strikes. Fly ball left center field. Parra was way over toward the line, and he dives and makes the catch. I mean, he was shaded over toward the line more than we've ever seen against Franco. But it closed quickly, and there's 1 out. Well, it is our Hyundai defensive play of the game. We were looking for something, and we found it.
Well, it was a very nice play. Parra, like you said, Tom, playing way over the pull. And in left field, going a long way to left center, and makes a very nice backhand snare. Smart enough to get the ball in quick enough to Gomez to throw the ball in, and very nice play. Michael Franco's reaction, not very happy. Defensive play of the game brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
Well, now Ryan Howard will bat with a runner at first. Howard today is 0 for 3. He's flied out and he's grounded out twice.
I thought there was no way Parr was getting there.
No way. I was shocked that he was standing where he was standing. And it's in there. Broxton comes back with a slider, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Ryan Howard. And he pulls it down the right field line. He got just a little too quick on it. And he knew it as soon as it left the bat. Talked about the other night, Cesar has the green light. It's all dependent on the numbers. They must not like the numbers right now. Broxton must be quick enough to the plate. Out to left field. Parr going back on it. He's not going to be able to dive for this one. It's off the 7 and 374. Hernandez reads it well. He's on his way home. It's an RBI double for Ryan Howard. Now a 7-5 ball game. 18th double of the year for Howard. And Ben Revere has been announced as the pinch hitter for the Phils.
Well, this is just a very nice swing, and this is a swing that kind of reminds me of back when we were in Atlanta earlier in the year and he got going on a tear, hitting the ball, getting the ball back deeper in the zone, and just hitting off the 7 left center.
And Craig Counsell's out to the mound, so they're going to bring in the left-hander to take over for Jonathan Broxton. A pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. Broxton's night is complete. He's responsible for Howard at second base. The left-hander, Will Smith, coming into the ball game for the Phils, or for the Brewers. This guy has been red hot out of the Cross-brewed Coors Light on this date, 1993. Mitch Williams, RBI single in the 10th inning, gives the Phillies a 6-5 victory in Game 2 of a doubleheader versus San Diego that ended at 4:40 a.m. No major league game ever finished that late or early. The first game ended at 1 a.m. Mitchie Poo.
That's unbelievable. How was the attendance for the second game? That's a good question.
I wasn't there. I only remember seeing highlights of it.
Ben Davis was probably there.
Ben Revere will still bat against Will Smith. Tries to check his swing. Pitches outside. It's 1-0. Two scoreless innings for Justin DeFreitas. He allowed 2 hits. Pete decides not to switch Revere for, let's say, Darren Ruff in this spot with the lefty in there. And that's why. Off the glove of Jeanette into right field. Howard's around third, heading home. The throw by Braun is up the line. RBI single makes it 7-6. Big Ben.
Well, I like the aggressiveness by Mizorok at third base. Third base coach. Braun had to go to his left, so I think that's the reason why he sends him. Plus, it's off the Scooter's glove. It slows down a little bit, but the key is to hit a cutoff man, and that is not a good throw right there. It allows Ben Revere to go to second base, get in a scoring position with 1 out.
Do you think Braun was surprised that Howard was going on that?
He could have been.
As she waves at the first one, it's 0-1. Because he got it, or he got to it just as Howard was rounding third.
Yeah.
Oh, good job by Ryan Howard. The RBI double, then scores on the single by Revere. Ashley tonight is 2 for 3. Home run, a single. He has scored a couple runs. He's grounded out to second. This time he holds up. Will Smith gave up 2 hits in his last outing against the Phils. Also walked a batter, but did not allow a run. Three runs now allowed by the Brewers bullpen in this series. All 3 come in the last 2 nights. Five hits between Ashe, Galvis, and Rupp. 6, 7, and 8 for the Phils in the lineup tonight. And ball 4. Ashe draws a walk. That puts runners on first and second. Well, good job by these 2 lefties against the lefty Will Smith. Nobody else is warming up in the pen. For the Brewers, Giles and Garcia are each throwing for the Phils.
I thought it was a good adjustment by Cody Ashe. You know, Will Smith is a guy that can get the fastball up to 97. First pitch was a little jumpy going after it, then he realized that, all right, he's throwing 92. So I can back it off a little bit and not have to react so much. Sit back and see the ball.
Yeah, because all 5 pitches were basically in the same spot.
Low and away.
Yep. And Cody just jumped at that first one. One ball, no strikes to Galvis. Runners lead off first and second. Freddie fouls it back, and it's even now. It's rough, and then don't forget it's Francoeur batting ninth. There have been opportunities in this series for the Phils to do something. And another one is staring them in the face right now. Balls and 2 strikes. He swung right over top of that fastball at 92. That one's popped right back in front of us, and a hot potato. Good catch on the juggle.
Guy makes an unbelievable play and he gives it to a little kid.
Yeah, little kid. I thought about throwing it back down there. Look out. Freddie battling here. He's got it 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he pops it foul again. Another foul ball. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal, and that's helping you bank better. Freddie would like that one back a little bit. It was up, and he jumped at it.
And there's a couple of pitches this at bat that Freddie probably wishes he had back.
Yeah.
But keep on fouling them off until you get the one you want.
Runners lead off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Toward the hole, base hit, it's in left field. Revere speeds around third, heading home. Parr's throw to the plate is not in time. What a slide by Ben Revere. We're tied up at 7. It's a 3-hit night for Freddie Galvis.
Well, very good at bat, fouling some pitches off. Gets a pitch down in the zone. Parra makes a real good throw to home, but Ben Revere makes a better slide. Taking that lane outside. See, that could almost be one of those ones where you block it home.
I agree. He hit the shin guard of Lucroy, but was able to get the hand in.
Yeah, very good slide. Right there, he kind of makes the adjustment to go around the slide.
Watch, great shot.
And all of a sudden he goes out around. Very nice.
Yeah, I missed the fact that he hit the shin guard when it happened live.
Yeah.
I think Larry Bo's talking about maybe going a little deeper on that slide.
I don't know. I honestly.
That was a good job by Revere. Cameron Rupp takes outside. It's 1-0.
Honestly, Tom, if he goes deeper, he's not going to be able to reach it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're right.
He is blocking home. Could have been maybe talking about coming around third base, a little better angle, or good base running.
Fly ball left center field. Gomez is under it. Ashley's tagging at second, and then Ashley will just draw the throw. And there are 2 outs here in the 7th inning. By the way, that's the first time that we've seen Will Smith give up a run in this series. He's been unscored upon. He had been unscored upon in his last 17 outings. So the first run he's allowed in his last 16 2/3 innings. And Michael Blazek, who has pitched twice in this series? Once in this series.
Once.
He's pitched once. Knubel's pitched once, or twice, I should say. Here's Francoeur, runners on first and second. Outside.
Probably leaving Smith in so you don't burn 2 pitchers because they're leading off. And really, who would you want to take out of that lineup for a double switch?
Yeah, I think they've run out of weapons on the bench. Now that Perez is in. 1 ball, 1 strike to Francoeur. And he lifts it foul out of play. And it's 1-2. Odubel Herrera waits on deck. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Phillies and the Brewers tied at 7. Phillies now with 14 hits. So they've out-hit the Brewers here tonight. Did a little Mark Fidrich act out there. He's talking to himself. Swing and a miss. Francoeur strikes out, and the side is retired. Phillies sent 8 men to the plate in the inning. They scored 3 runs to tie it up. 4 hits overall. Ryan Howard, a blast to left center field for a double that scores Hernandez. Ben Revere, a big pinch hit single off the glove of Scooter Gennett. That scores Ryan Howard, and then Freddie Galvis tied this baby up with a single through the hole on the left side. Ben Revere scores to tie it at 7. Buy at Toyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. And by W.B. Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. 7-7 game. Oh, good job by the Phillies tonight. I mean, this has obviously been a year where they haven't had a lot of moments to hang their hat on. I mean, they were down a couple times in this game.
Yeah, and it's nice to see them put back-to-back at bats. You know, scoring some run, getting some 2-out knocks.
It's also nice to see what DeFreitas did. I mean, if the Phillies do eventually win this game, what DeFreitas did tonight is 2 scoreless innings. I mean, it was a huge boost. So here's Shane Peterson to face Kenny Giles. Giles delivers outside. Peterson is batting for Will Smith. So Smith goes 2/3 in relief for Broxton. He allows 2 hits and a run. Nice play. He's going to have a mark.
He's a miss.
Sure was. Peterson with 18 hits so far this season, 62 ABs for the Brewers. His average at 290. Checked his swing at a slider. They appeal quickly. No swing. And now 3-2. Top of the order, Gerardo Parra is the on-deck hitter. Ball 4, so the leadoff batter's aboard. Nemours Kids Run the Bases will take place after the game on Wednesday, July 22nd against the Tampa Bay Rays. It's for fans 14 and under. Order your tickets by going to Phillies.com. She will qualify if she chooses to run. Oh, she'll run. Parra has 2 hits tonight. He's also walked. 2 for 3. A run scored after the walk. Pops it up, and that'll be out of play over the dugout. Look at that bat. That bat is used. Giles kicks it a little bit of the dirt, trying to get his footing. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's a good sign for a hitter when your bat's that dirty, that much pine tar. A lot of people use batting practices strictly for games. Or bats strictly for games. I had to wake my bat up. I used it to be big.
Well, you're a gamer.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many guys that we've heard about that have just used a specific bat that doesn't break, and even if it breaks during BP, they put it back together.
Put a nail on it?
Yeah.
could use the same bat pretty much the whole year. I didn't, of course, towards the end of my career, not that many at bats, but batting practice.
Outside. 2-2. There's Jeffress. Heath made some big pitches last night. Way out front of that slider. Man, oh man, was that a good pitch.
Very good slider. Starts as a strike. Drops right behind home plate. 2 strikes. You got to try to foul it off. Very good pitch. Best slider we've seen in a few days.
Well, Lucroy will stand in. Lucroy is 2 for 4. The big story is he's hitless in his last 2 at-bats. Quick toss over. It's popped up. Howard on the run over toward the stands and out of room. I think she said she was afraid of him falling in the stands. Fly ball left center field. Cody Ashe going out. He calls off Freddie Galvis, and there are 2 outs. And Ryan Braun is coming up. Well, Giles able to work around so far that leadoff walk with a strikeout and a flyout. Brewers have not been able to get that base runner into scoring position. Tonight the boos are louder than the last 3 nights for Ryan Braun. Could be the fact that he picked up another RBI tonight. .98 right on the outside corner.
Or the fact that maybe some people weren't here the other night and I heard that guy yelling cheater the whole game.
He was yelling. He was yelling at the whole game. They do appeal, no swing.
Worried about the location where it was.
I thought it was a good pitch.
Same pitch that run Cameron Rupp up that one inning.
Out towards center field, Odubel Herrera is there. And this should do it for the Brewers, and does here in the 8th inning. No runs, no hits, 1 man left. A leadoff walk. That's it for Ken Giles. Herrera in the top of the order when we return. Night, they all happen in one place. It'll be Cincinnati. Don't miss the 86th All-Star Game. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday, July 14th on Fox. It'll be Odubel Herrera, Cesar Hernandez, Maikel Franco. Against Jeremy Jeffress, the right-hander for the Brewers. He's been impressive. He's got some stuff moving. 2-0 with a 3.03 ERA. 35 strikeouts and 35 2/3.
Another power arm coming out of the bullpen. 2-pitch pitcher. We'll top out at 97 and has a very good slider. And don't sleep on the two-seamer because it moves a lot. So right-handers beware.
Odubel has 2 hits tonight. He's got a couple RBIs. 7-7 as we begin the bottom of the 8th inning. Final game of this 4-game series. Pretty aggressive hack right there. It's 0-1. A little more than 30,000 on hand tonight. If you like offense,
you enjoyed tonight.
You enjoyed tonight. .97 down. And that's hard to get a hold of right there.
Yeah.
Foul ball, same spot, and it remains 1-2. Odubel's taking his sweet old time getting into the box. Slider that kind of got away there.
Yeah, but this is first, that's a great pitch to get hit by, is a curveball. The fact he got out of the way and still dropped the bat perfectly.
His jumpiness could mean that he's the Phillies version of Carlos Gomez.
This is a pretty good pitch to hit right here. He wants a fastball away. You can see Herrera.
Yeah, he knew it.
Wants that one back again.
Chopper right side, and it stinks into right field, a base hit. Go ahead run is aboard as we start the 8th inning for the Phils. A 3-hit night for Odubel Herrera. All right, so Cesar is an excellent bunter. Is going to try to get him up to second base, I would think. 3 for 3 tonight. His average is at 290. Hernan Perez is in on the grass at third base. Herrera with his 6th 3-hit game of the year. Cesar really pulled that back late.
Yeah, he did. Well, he actually we're so used to seeing Cesar turn around early, giving himself up with the bunt. So he's going to do early here. See him creeping up a little bit towards home plate.
I don't know if this is the easiest guy to bunt against him. I mean, we mentioned it before how his ball moves every which way.
Not when you're throwing a curveball like that. The nice thing I like right here, Cesar was moving towards the pitcher, which means he gets the barrel in front of home plate. That means you have it out in front, a better area to hit the ball in fair territory. But getting a curveball like that, that's tough.
All right, now he knows the signs as we look at this here. Look where his bat head is.
And that's where it's supposed to be. You want it out in front of home plate and just leave it there, and you're bunting with your legs.
Yeah, so there was this conversation between John Miserock and Cesar Hernandez. And it may have just been that, the adjustment, saying, all right, if you get something, hack at it. He could still bunt here, even though there's 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strikes. And he bunts it foul. He's down on strikes. He's an excellent bunter. He just didn't get it done there.
This one here, unfortunately, gets him solid off his back foot.
Field. Parra going back toward the track. He has room, makes the catch. And Odubel goes back to first. 2 outs. Well, he just missed that one. It didn't sound like he got it all.
Check on the contact. It looks like it hit off towards the end of the bat. It's a good swing.
Well, now it's left to Ryan Howard with 2 men down here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The leadoff hit by Odubel Herrera has left him still at first. Howard geared up for fastball there, and it's 0-1. Oh, he had him leaning, but he gets back. Odubel was leaning, but he wasn't that far off the bag.
No, Jeffries is very quick to home. Does a very quick slide step. It's going to be almost literally impossible to steal off him.
It's now an 0-1 to Howard. He's just not picking up that breaking pitch.
No, he's gearing up for the fastball. Now this is where you just go ahead and send Herrera. Just send him. If he gets thrown out, so what? Your big man leads off the next inning. More than likely, you would think he's going to throw a curveball.
Herrera goes, and the pitch is a curveball.
Now the only thing you have to worry about is a pitch out.
Another throw over.
Well, like I said, I don't think Jeffries needs doesn't really need to do a pitch out because he is so quick to home.
And if he's, well, it depends on what he's going to throw, but it gets there pretty quick. Yep.
Well, if he's on the curveball, he's going for a strikeout pitch.
Odubel doesn't go. Pitch is way outside. It's 1-2. Andres Blanco is in the on-deck circle. That's the pitcher spot. Let's do up next. See what Herrera does in this spot. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Howard. He goes. Pitch is swung out and missed, and Howard strikes out. Side is retired. No runs. 1 hit. And 1 man left. So we'll go to the 9th inning. Still square at 7. Stick around after the game for a wrap-up and analysis from former Philly Tommy Green. Only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies post-game live. Changes for the Phils. Darren Rupp will come on to play first base. He'll take over for Ryan Howard. So he will bat in the pitcher spot, which means he's going to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning. And Jonathan Papelbon will be the new pitcher. He'll bat fourth. Papelbon 33 strikeouts and 29 2/3. When last we saw Jonathan Papelbon, it was the month of June. In fact, June 28th, he picked up a save against the Nationals on this homestand. The man just doesn't work a whole lot because the Phillies haven't really had many save situations. Well, that's the story right there. You see the line score. Phillies down 3-0 to start. Actually, the Phillies down 4-0 to start. 3 runs in the first and then 1 in the second. Brewers then added 1 in the third after the Phils scored 2. And so it goes to the top of the 9th, 7-7 game. Down the left field line, that'll slice foul. It's 0-2. By that look, do you think he thought he missed that pitch or something?
Adam?
Yeah. Looked like he was disappointed with himself. Kind of frustrated.
Well, I mean, he does have power that way. Maybe he's frustrated that he was a little late getting the barrel to it.
Ooh. Yeah, come on, Blue, help us out.
That's a strike.
That's a strike. Fly ball down the left field line. Long run for everybody into foul territory. Franco's there for the first out. And here's Carlos Gomez. Gomez has been up 4 times. He's walked once. He's 0 for 3. Struck out his last time up. There's a slurve for a strike. 0-1.
Ball might have hit him in the leg, and he turned on it.
Well, he is struck out for the second time. Oh, he forgot his bat.
After he broke it?
After he broke it. You got to watch this whole thing. You got to watch the swing and everything else that followed it.
Well, I like the pitch the best. Location tied him up, couldn't get the barrel to it.
Here's Hernan Perez. Up for the first time. He came on as a pinch runner in the 7th inning. And it's 0-1 to him. Bam. Look at Cameron Rupp.
A lot of umpires would give you an equipment fine for that.
Yeah. Down the right field line, that'll be out of play. And it's 0-2. Well, Pat's throwing some strikes here. Watch out, police officer. Perez stays alive. He fouls it back. 327 for Perez. Gomez still upset with himself. I guess you just let him let off some steam.
Are you going to stand in front of him? He must let a lot of steam off, though.
There's a base hit for Perez. Man, that guy just has hit and hit more. So it's coming over from the Tigers. Hitting .061 for the Tigers. And then claimed off waivers by the Brewers. And he's been a good bat off the bench. So he's aboard. And here's Gene Segura. Jean Carlos is his name, but he goes by Gene. So 28 hits now between the two teams. Perez not really a threat to run as that one is fouled back or fouled off the right field line. Segura has 3 hits here tonight. He's also flat out to center field. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, the Braves have won it on a walk-off single by Cameron Maybin. Max Scherzer, 8 1/3, 5 hits and 2 earned runs. They kept him in for the 9th. Why not? He's better than anybody having your bullpen. But he wound up suffering the loss. Over to the left side. Michael Franco has it. And the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. Carlos Gomez will take himself back out to center field. Not too pleased about his play as that batter. Brewers tied at 7. Michael Blazek will be the new pitcher for the Brewers as he takes over for Jeremy Jeffress. Darren Ruff, who came out as part of a double switch, will lead it off. First pitch is way outside, 1-0. Hector Gomez is taken over at second base, or it should be at third base for the Brewers. That one's over. It's 1-1. Balls, 1 strike to Ruff. 4 straight breaking pitches from Blazer. Who is he, Larry Anderson?
That'll be sliders.
Yeah, those are curveballs, right?
Yeah. Another one. Hang on.
We almost did, too. Ooh, he snuck a fastball right on by him at 96 miles an hour, 1 away. He lulled him to sleep in that at bat.
5 straight curveballs, and all of a sudden you get that high cheese. Back in your mind thinking you're going to get a curveball. By the time you react, it's by you.
Well, Ashley's had some good swings here tonight. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. He homered his first time up, singled his next time up, scored runs both times. Off the end of the bat, that'll flare it to left, a base hit. 3 hits tonight for Cody Ashley. The guy that tied this ball game up is Freddie Galvis, and he's coming to the plate. It's our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. He was up right-handed in the spot, Matt.
Yeah, he came up last in the 7th inning after battling several balls off. Gets the ball down the zone, being able to drive it to left field. Parr comes up with a very good throw, but Bender does a very nice slow around the tag. That's why it's your W.B. Mason delivery of the game.
So 3 for 5. Gomez, the third baseman, in on the grass. The breaking ball is a little high. And it's 1 ball, no strikes. Kind of take a look at the lineup card. Craig Counsell doing a little pacing. Galvis with his 9th 3-hit game of the season.
Well, he should get a pretty good pitch here to hit. 2-0. After messing with the first 2 pitches on curveballs. It's amazing how when you watch a right-handed pitcher throw to a right-handed hitter throwing his curveball, he learns how to bury that curveball rolling away. Then when he throws a curveball to a left-hander, it's almost like they baby it because they don't want to throw it down and in. So they leave a lot of those curveballs out over the plate and away from not ever getting there.
Here we go.
Ooh. And right on by Galvis. It's ball 4. And it puts runners on first and second with one man down. That's 95 on that fastball. So Freddie's been on base 4 times. Cameron Rupp is coming up. Give me your thoughts here, Matt, as a hitter. You just watched this guy. I mean, he was all over the place. To Galvis. You zeroing in here? Are you taking a strike? What are you doing?
I'm going to talk to as a left-handed hitter.
Yeah.
I'm looking fastball away. As a right-handed hitter, I'm rolling the dice and I'm sitting dead red curveball, and I'm moving in towards home plate just a hair.
Moving in toward home plate.
Towards home.
Yeah. Brothers lead off first and second. Well, there's the curve. So if you were a right-handed hitter, you would have hit that.
I thought it was high. I thought it was on top of the zone.
That one's flared out towards center, but it's going to be there for Jeanette. Infield fly rule is called.
I think what you do, Tom, is that you have to pay attention to how guys in front of you are hit. So many guys get caught up of getting the practice swing down or watching videos real quick. But you watch the game. You understand that he's versus Darren, he was throwing a lot of curveballs, and then he struck him out with a 2-2 fastball.
Francoeur is 0 for 2. As the runners lead off, the winning run is at second base. Fastball on the outside corner, 0-1. If it gets to that point, help us all. If he wants to bat. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Francoeur. Up high, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Pat's thought is if we talk about him as a hitter and as good how good a hitter he is, they might give him a chance to hit.
Well, I hate to say it, but if we get the Papelbon,
yeah,
game's over.
1 ball, 1 strike to Francoeur. And Francoeur lines it, caught by Scooter Jeanette at second base, and the side is retired. Man, he hit it right on the nose, but we're going extra innings. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. Well, this is a pretty good swing right here by Jeff Francoeur. As it leaves the bat, you're thinking maybe it's got a chance, but it sinks right into Scooter Jeanette's glove, and he knew it right there.
Well, guys, when this one is all said and done, the Phils are hopping on a plane, headed south to Atlanta for a three-game series against the Braves. Here's your pitching matchup on Friday night. Adam Morgan will take on the right-hander Julio Teheran. On Saturday, it'll be Kevin Perea versus Alex Wood, the lefty. And on Sunday, Cole Hamels will take the ball in an afternoon contest versus Shelby Miller. But we've still got some things to take care of here, fellas.
Yes, we do, Murph, and they're going to leave it in the hands of Jonathan Papelbon as we begin the top of the 10th inning. How about that matchup on Sunday? Shelby Miller, Cole Hamels. There's Jeff Francoeur. He rocketed a ball right at Scooter Gennett, and that ended the ninth. Gennett bunts up the third base line. That's a dandy. Well, smart move, and he's aboard to start the 10th inning. Second hit of the night. And now Gomez will be up there, I would assume, Matt, to move him into scoring position as best he can.
Yeah, probably. And this is absolutely a perfect bunt. The perfect technique of getting the barrel in front. It's either going to go fair or foul, and that one stayed fair. And I agree, Tom. He's up there in a bunting situation.
Franco, the third baseman, creeping in toward the grass. And Gomez bunts it foul. And it's 0-1. Bunted in the air, and Darren Ruff will make the catch.
You put that down as an L3?
I'm going to put that down as a 3B. 3 bunt.
3 bunt. 3 BB. There's the 3 and there's the B, which is a bad. And there's the other B for a bunt.
3 bad bunt. So Gomez is retired, a big out. Extra inning records: Milwaukee 2-2, the Phillies 2-4. Gerardo Parra is the batter. And a throw over to first base. Now, traditionally, Jonathan Papelbon, you can run against him.
Yes.
Scooter has not successfully stolen a bag this year. Parra reached base safely in his first 3 at-bats. A walk, a single, and a double. The double resulted in an RBI. Last 2 at-bats, he's flied to left, and he is struck out. Here you see his line. And that one's hit sharply to second, scooped by Hernandez. A double play, 4-6-3. Jonathan Papelbon, 2 scoreless innings. It's the 3rd time this year he has had an outing that is longer than 1 inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. 7. Jonathan Papelbon, 2 innings of scoreless relief work. It's the first time since July of 2014 against San Francisco that he's worked 2 innings. Mentioned it's the 3rd time this year he's gotten a little more than an inning. So now the Phils will try to win it here in the 10th. They'll have the top of the order: Odubel Herrera, Cesar Hernandez, Maikel Franco, and then Papelbon's spot. Unfortunately, I don't think Pap's going to bat, though.
Nope.
Odubel 3 hits tonight, 6th 3-hit game of the year for him. Trying to get on base here to start something. He started something in the 8th inning, but then stayed over at first. If he gets that down, bunting as a whole, not just that bunt, but if he gets that part of his game down, it would be such a weapon with his speed.
Well, the one thing they're going to have to work on is his direction.
Absolutely.
Instead of going to first base early, taking a step towards the pitcher. It's not about how quick you get out of the batter's box. It's all about placement.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, it seems like everything's bunted foul off the third base line. Time is called. Got under that one. And 1 out for Cesar Hernandez. Phillies will head to Atlanta after this game. They'll begin a 3-game series tomorrow night, as Murph talked about. Three for 4 for Cesar Hernandez. His average continues to climb. He's got a good curveball.
Yeah, he does. It's a late break curveball.
But everything else is the same. You know, the motion, the speed of his motion, the arm angle. And he just struck out Cesar Hernandez for the 2nd out. Maikel Franco is 0 for 5. He's flied out to left his last 2 times. Last time to the track in left field. Off, and it's 2-0. Brewers head to Cincinnati after this game. 3-game series against the Reds, back in their division. Phillies back in their division against the Braves. The National League Rookie of the Month with 38 hits that led all National League hitters. And he Got a breaking ball that stayed inside. He fouls it into the Diamond Club. It's a heck of a month, though. 38 hits. Think about some of the months that guys had. Arenado, Giancarlo Stanton before the injury.
Yep.
And it's in tight, 3-2. Stanton won the National League Player of the Month. I voted for Arenado. Just thought his numbers were explosive. Not that Stanton's weren't. That was a hanger, and he just popped it up. I mean, it's a mile up there. Gomez, the third baseman, waits and makes the catch. And the Phillies go down in order in the 10th inning, so nothing's solved yet. We've completed 10. We go to the 11th inning, moths and all. It's a 7-7 game. On hand tonight, watching a little baseball, getting ready to watch a little fireworks after the game comes to a close. Now the Phillies bullpen so far tonight, 5 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs. DeFreitas, 2 big innings to start for the bullpen. A relief from Chad Billingsley. And then Ken Giles, a scoreless 8th. Papelbon, 2 scoreless innings, and now it's Luis Garcia's turn. And he will face Jonathan Lucroy to begin the inning. Lucroy is 2 for 5. Fastball up high, 1-0. By the way, Matt, we want to send out get well wishes to George Kurth, who's been a host here at Citizens Bank Park. A little under the weather, coming back. Hope he's still awake watching this game. It started at 6:35, so he could be still awake. Lucroy fouls it off to the right, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And a line drive down the right field line that's in for a base hit. It's going to go to the corner, so Lucroy is going to get to second base. A leadoff double for Lucroy. It's his 8th hit in this series. And the Brewers have a base runner in scoring position here in the top of the 11th.
He gets a fastball up in the zone, out over the plate. We've seen that swing all series long. Lucroy being able to get the ball to right field on the line. Seems like all he does when he makes contact is hit doubles.
Ryan Braun will be the batter. Away, 1-0. Braun has an RBI single in tonight's ball game. That came way back in the first inning. Brewers scored 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. They scored 2 more in the fifth, but that was it for the scoring for them, thanks to the Phillies bullpen. Back toward the middle. That'll get the runner over to third. Galvis gobbles it up. And he throws Braun out. So 1 out. The go-ahead run is 90 feet away. It'll bring Adam Lind to the plate. He has 1 hit in 5 official at-bats. So they play the infield in. Back toward the middle of base hit. He went hunting for an RBI and he got a first pitch fastball, and the Brewers retake the lead. It's 8-7 here in the top of the 11th inning. It's a bookend night for Adam Lind. A single in his first at bat and an RBI, and a single here in an RBI.
Oh, Adam very aggressive on that first pitch. I think it's kind of interesting to see they want to throw a fastball.
Yeah.
Maybe better location. It's a good pitch, but that two-seamer comes back out of the middle of the plate. Allows him to get ground extended and back up the middle, which we have seen a lot throughout the series with the Brewers, hitting a lot of base hits back up the middle.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Francisco Rodriguez loosening up in the pen, the closer for the Brewers. Up high, and it's 2-2. over to shortstop. They'll get the lead runner at second base. Maybe, yeah, they're going to get two. Where's Gomez going? He didn't really try to run that one out, did he? Son is retired. But the Brewers do take the lead here in the top of the 11th inning. So the Phils down by 1 as they bat in the home 11th. Inning. So now as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, the Phillies will have to play from behind against the Brewers closer, who has been one of the best closers in baseball this year and even dating back to last year. 22 consecutive saves dating back to last season for Francisco Rodriguez. He's 0-2 this year with a 1.50 ERA. 17 for 17 in save situations. It's kind of an odd note to see 2 losses and 17 for 17 in save situations. But he'll face Andres Blanco to start it off here in the bottom of the 11th inning, the pinch hitter.
Well, one thing we saw the other night with Rodriguez, if he does not find this fastball, he can always fall back on that great changeup. We saw him throw six straight changeups the other night.
He was in trouble. I mean, he was flat out in trouble, and then he was able to use the changeup to get out of trouble. Blanco, 320 as a pinch hitter, 8 pinch hits. 7 of those pinch hits have been extra base hits. And he fouls the first one over the head of Mizuraki, and it's 0-1. There it is, the change up, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. You know it's coming too most of the time. Do you think it was as good when he threw 96 or 97, or you think it's just gotten better as velocity has diminished?
I think it stayed the same. I think a lot has to do with that he's throwing. He hides it, a little herky jerky with his windup. When you're throwing 97 miles an hour and then throwing that Bugs Bunny changeup, at least now you can sit on changeup and react to this 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
Just a bit inside with that fastball. It's 2-2.
Which, trust me, when you're sitting on a changeup and the guy throws you a fastball, all you're trying to do is, if you're a left-hander, you're trying to hit in the visiting dugout. You just want to make contact somehow. And pray that he makes a changeup mistake.
Ground ball right side. Jeanette backs up on it. And there's one away here in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Brewers have not recorded a sweep all year. They're 2 outs away from sweeping the Phils in a 4-game series. It would be their 7th straight victory here at Citizens Bank Park. Last year the Phillies won the season series, but that's because they won the series. They swept the series in Milwaukee. But Milwaukee swept the series here. Darren Ruff up for the second time, struck out his first time up. And it's outside.
And who knows what type of rosters will look like next time they face each other.
Yeah, you would think that for some of these veterans, Lind, Ramirez, Rodriguez, maybe Garza, maybe Loesch, for the Brewers will be gone. And for the Phillies, everybody knows the names that are speculated.
You think the Brewers would ever trade the center fielder?
Yes. Although he's got a pretty manageable contract. And that's in there for a strike. It's 1-2. I don't think Darren thought that was a strike. One ball, 2 strikes to Ruff. Popped him up. Foul territory. Well, it's going to be a long run if anybody gets there, and it's back a couple of rows. Little spitter out to shortstop. Segura. He's up with it. 2 outs. A lot of this season has been compared to the '97 season for the Phillies because of the win-loss record. Phillies wind up losing tonight. It would be the first time since '97 that they would have 27 or fewer wins when they reach the 81 game mark. This is game number 81. First pitch to Ashe, a breaking ball. A breaking. And he went, so it's 0-1. To the right side. Adam Lind has it. He'll flip to Francisco Rodriguez covering, and the ball game is over. The Milwaukee Brewers has